Alright, let's get back to doing more of this live. So, yeah. Uncharted has not gone undone, it's just not been... Not so much writer's block either, just motivations have taken a little bit of a hit with the illness, and I'm feeling a bit better, so get back into this. So let's dive back in, pick up on this most recent save, and show some things off. So this was a playthrough I started with the hopes of balancing magic a little better. So Wizard only has been doing pretty well, allowing me to balance more of that side. At this point, those who've been watching are very familiar with where we are. We are about to pick up Catalina from prison. And take on Blackbeard, and then the new stuff. Newer stuff. To look nicer, I'll go ahead and turn the visuals back on here. Yeah. Damn right. Cottage in Scotland. Didn't pick that up because I'm not using a ranger. Gonna need a playthrough where I test the ranger. And I just shortened everyone's name to make sure that the strings are properly inputted. Cat we saved. Quite a few things were changed this run. I changed Ali's friend Faisal's name, Salim, as that was Ali's first mate in his scenario in the original Source game. Also didn't notice they still have blue eyes, so that changed as well. I think I found every spot where he was referred to by name. I didn't use strings for the characters whose names you can't change. Going forward, though, I think I would. That dialogue is different if you've been a rude boy. And party member Cat arrives as a fencer, but we need to fix that for this run. Currently sitting on 2 druids, wizard, and a cleric. We'll get more wizards soon enough. And we'll give her the fire rod so she can use the magma staff. Well, that line is actually pretty funny, shortening it to Cat. with Catalina, there are... It's a place or two we do want to go. Ever visit Andreas? Just looking at her stats first. In this run through, we ran Andreas through. And visiting here gives Cat a huge boost. And since Raj is actually finished being a druid, let's go ahead and sub her in. That adds up. We're not supposed to be advertising she's walking around with us. What's King Manuel have to say? That adds up. What if we ignore mornings? I forget. And that's actually everything else. We could pick up Kyra and Inn, but yeah, we may as well. Yeah, fine. No need for a fifth party. Just a sixth party member. Alright, let's see these enemies. There are encounters here. Yeah, no one's wearing the encounter half. Magma Staff used cast Blazemore if used as an item in battle. Ah, good. Classic Behemoth. Behemoths are vulnerable to flying, but none of these wizards have access to flying. Now, getting that buff for Catalina is a big deal. Thinking it might even be too big a deal. Let's cut that down a little bit. Now that I've readjusted how stats work, this is the actual prison. Oh, here it is. Yeah, 35 points. That's too much. A little bonus if you do this little side part. There we go. So it doesn't skew the data, let's go ahead and hop back before I did that. It's rewind time, like 3 minutes. Zip through this. It's always good to test your thing in fast motion as well, in case something set to wait until someone moves somewhere and then it doesn't work properly. It can happen. It has happened. It will happen more. I don't know why I went to London. We're going to England. Scotland. Words. Here's a neat little thing. You can get into an encounter on the event square. I think that's kind of neat. I'm not going to bother making those non-encounter areas. Drag an octopus with you onto land. Just want to see that badly. I'll call that a feature. Fixable bug that I just kind of like. So there have been a few big improvements that I've done since before. I wouldn't necessarily say to the story per se, but there are areas I've actually done. For example, Venice, Rome, those are no longer black holes where I was going to put them in once I thought of something. Pardon me. Still the bits of the plague to get out of my system, time and time again. Alright, she cuts off her hair. And we change her into a cleric, subclassing druid. And learn a small revive and heal. And tag her in because Raj is done. That's about where we were. Then we go see Andreas. Well, the cell he would have been in had we spared him. If you spare him, she gets a buff. She gets a buff to her constitution, knowing that he's still going. Versus the fortitude to keep going, where she gets a few points to her attacks. And agility versus getting buffs to her health and mana, which are now supposed to be a big deal. Bigger deal now that I've tightened up the numbers that much more. How much money do we have? We have a lot of cash. Oh hey. Don't forget I added this guy. Is anywhere on the world map you can run into this. No, that it's called out the Mississippi. False. Hey, free escape. If you didn't figure out the puzzle in the volcano, you can get one there. Not using a chemist this run, so still all the ingredients. I know the chemist is great. Not using swords. Not using swords? No. Because Rome was founded nearly 700 years prior to this. Or Peace has anything. Yeah, we've heard. Hmm. Continue to step on the flowers and... That's very upset. Ah, yeah, it's another big change. Guarding now restores a percentage of your health and magic. And it goes the same for enemies. Wonder. Alright, so this first guy here, those thunderbolts, that's the haste, that's speed status. Now gonna get to go one more time per round. Now this battle could have been done as soon as you got the boat. But when you just had Will, Jeffrey, and Raja. This could be a very difficult fight, depending on when you encountered it. Get a big amount of experience, and a cortisone, which is a full... it's an elixir. And that's it, they'll cycle back to doing that. Huh. You're not supposed to be able to walk on the grass. Did I miss a spot? You're not through. Like this, and NPCs are not supposed to be able to walk through events. Even blank events, they're not supposed to be able to walk through it, so... Well, let's make sure that set properly. We'll fight those guys again later, but more importantly, suppose there's an easier way to test it. Yeah, there's an easier way to test that. Grab a bunch of these. Let's see if we can't railroad him into doing a lap around the building. There. That would be an easier way to test it. Now, he should not be able. Fortunately, neither can I. I'm also restricted. That won't work. Oh well, we can do this with a plug-in then. Put on some tunes while looks like I was already using this at some point. 90. Here's a function I rarely ever use. For example, up here, the event searcher. It's actually pretty neat. I only discovered it like recently-ish. Like, let's say one of my major ones here. Where did I use Pyramid Done? And then just search, and it'll tell me everywhere in the game. So, on map 161, in this spot I use Pyramid Done. And here's a long list. Where's everywhere I've used Will the Red? Kind of neat, really neat actually. Where are all the morality choices? Here are all the morality choices. Alright, so 70 or 90. 90 was it? I just should need to draw 90 here, and he shouldn't be able to pass it. And we can test that. I can still walk it. He should be stuck on this here path. Alright, that seems to be working as designed. So, go ahead and strip those off. And we'll remember that for later. No, not right now. The donation is going to be half of our currently held gold, provided you have more than 10,000. Let's head up to Venice. There's nothing more we can do once we donate right now anyway. Oh, what kind of problem? Ever want to fight 2 clerics? So this is not a fight you have to win. You get a prize if you do win. Experience and an item, I believe. You just need to survive 5 rounds. Because you could have bumped into these guys way earlier. And it's actually not terribly difficult to beat them if you use status ailments. These wizards, they also can be violent, but I don't recommend doing it. You absolutely can go ahead and test it out yourself. See what happens. Alright, let's just keep going all out, see if we can beat them before the battle ends. Awesome. I tried this much earlier and could not do it with the levels we had before. Win, lose, or stalemate. This guy. We'll want to remember him for later. Nice canal. Here you can buy all everything here is one of the chemist ingredients for mixing. we want to do is head over here. Here to Athens. Not quite enough. Druid can wear light armor, and this is the best light armor in, well, number-wise, in the game. Could get enough for it now. Yeah, may as well. Not using fencers. And we'll go ahead and do this other one too. If I can just get together 4,000 more bolts. Oh, my loot. There we go. Good to see it. It's a big defense boost for over the Cloak of Evasion, but now we can return to Rome. Make that donation. Yes. And it tells you before you commit to that. Or if we go back in before we're ready. So doing that opens up this. So a leader, which is Will, once William specializes in a field. Alright, we have just enough. There are 15 classes in the game. They're split up into physical, utility, and magical classes. And if William learns all the skills in all 5 of the classes, then he can get something special there. If you make your donation. And you can make the donation anytime. It didn't have to be right then and there. I just happen to have the right amount of money on hand. It sounds an item. And scavengers are weak to light. They're very quick. That's fine. Since Raj is not here, let's tag Picket Feather over here with agility boost. But she can get off the healing staff before... before the onslaught happens. Alright. Not a ton of healing, but it's free. Curious. Yeah, 59 defense, that's why it zapped it so little. Upside of the wizard gear. High resistance to magic attacks. $5,000 gold. It appears a dead end. But remember that for later. First, spiders. What if we could just delete a spider? Fire deletes them. Alright, a waste of a dual cast, but got him all the same. You can't multi-target the magma staff. That's fine. Yeah, split damage doesn't do terribly a lot. If we dual cast it though. Nuts. Now, the Magma Staff and Healing Staff are both optional through side quests. They're totally worth getting, I think. And I've done this section with and without, so... But there are certain classes that could have wiped this group in the first turn. Oh, that's why we have a white mage. And the man we're here to see. Now, had we gone up the path from before, they would have noted, hey, we need something to use to climb up there. The snake is a rope. Ah, good. Hoping to fight one of these. We're far enough in the game, we just have dragons. Forget which one you were targeting. Top one. Bottom one. And I was supposed to go at the dragon. City cleaner. That will never happen. Do good work on your own. But dragons can be poisoned. Poisoned, they will use cure to restore themselves. But if you silence them, they can't do that. They'll still breathe and scratch really hard. But he won't be regenerating anymore. Alright, now we'll just lay into him. We're buffed, he's debuffed. Yeah, it's looking good. And you can stack burst up to 2 times. And if the dragon's too tough, well, you can run from anything that isn't mandatory. We fought all you. Still another enemy here I wanted to fight. Earth Axe would be great if you're using a wild man. Berserker. There's one more enemy I wanted to fight. See if we can't find him. Fought a scavenger, they're very quick. That's their thing. We fought spiders. No, not you. No, we fought a dragon. Come on. There he is. The damned. Let's take out the scavenger first. The damned will always begin with countdown. Now in your typical playthrough, this is the first time you've seen countdown. Oh, he's vulnerable to instant death. It's counting down. When it reaches 0, you die. Let's try not to reach 0. Magic Burst increases an ally someone's attack for a while. There we go. That is countdown. Did it. Alright, you've maxed out. I think I was trying to make you gray, so... You both did it together. Good on you. Alright, change seats. First skill here, we'll go with poison. you were going to turn into a Beastmaster afterwards, so you're done. Let's tag you out. Put Raja back in. This battle is, do you have air, ice, or you have wind attacks? Are you using a ranger? If so, you'll be fine. Not weak to ice. Just the wind. Which you guys have. Have a way to boost it. Have AJ. Enjoy. Not equipped. Swap in Bull. Bruce also has Friend of Nature, so when he starts to use his wind attacks, he can absorb those. Not that Bull has enough mana to use to attack. He has Wind Spell. It hit the whole party. He just also has a chance of boosting his own agility. There it is. Yeah, without Magic Barrier, those would have done nearly 500 apiece. want to get enough MP to use spell. And he's done. Okay. He doesn't use Tornado until he's pretty low on health. And search the... yeah. Search the fire to get a free fire ring. Pretty good. Now, if you walk around these guys, they get the jump on you. So we may as well get first strike. I wonder, orcs, what are you vulnerable to? Just not poison, confusion, or stun. Which means they get put to sleep. They are weak to darkness. We don't have a source of darkness right now. Should give them a big source of damage against these guys. They have quite a bit of they have quite a bit of magic defense. And curse would be really good here. Yeah, much better. Wild Swing is a small hit that's guaranteed to all party members. Tie him up. If you don't want to use any of the AoE spells, he'll bounce that right back. Especially swap bullet. Can't reflect. Never mind. Oh, that works properly. One of these guys can be deleted. Not the humans. Actually, take that line out. Going forward. Alright, so this status, that's malediction, that is, it's negating healing effects. So he can't be healed by anything right now. That maybe regen? We're gonna have a time with that Reflect Knight in this area. Using only wizards. Fortunate. Oh, when someone drops, you could just tag them out. Unfortunate. The Void Sphere puts up a force field that we now have to punch through. Get to the enemies. Wonder. Can't silence a summoner. This is the only time we have to fight this setup of them. Huh. Alright. Those are some ideas I just had. So let's go ahead and... Reflect Knight is not dispellable either, is it? Since I've retouched up the numbers, I'm gonna want to have that be a thing. Correct. Okay. Let's go ahead and make some adjustments. Or we'll just make you like paper. Yeah, that's it. You have insulation that needs to be able to be removed. Passive state 15. What else did I have? And someone also wearing something. Yeah, you guys. $58. Means I'm gonna want one of these down here. Wait, did I do it? I think I did it differently somewhere else. Someone else had a innate status that I wanted you to be able to. I wanted you to remove it. One of these, was it? Yeah, those can't be passive states. Those need to be... Can it be? Yeah, it has to be done like that. That's fine. Or does it? Probably, because if it says passive state, that means it's going to persist. I can't remove it. That's fine. That means I just go through, find where... There we go. I could take off their passive state. Wherever I want them to be able to be removed. Put it together this way. Then you can dispel it off of them. Let's use 4 enemy. Does that mean I've set this up already to remove that? 12. Oh no, it's there too. Okay. Whatever I was using that for. Probably some under the hood stuff for a different fight. Who else was I do that for? Summoners. Take away your passive state. Actually, no. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Reflect Knights, though. Take off their passive state of Reflect. Go here, wherever we see a Reflect Knight. Reflect is Reflect, but I think I made this one for enemies specifically. Very beginning of fight, slap on Reflect so that I can then remove it. That's quite the encounter. Oh right, that's in that one hallway. And for the tidy amount of work this actually takes. And there we go. Now, for weaknesses. Now that I've retuned the numbers, take a bit of health off of this guy. Cut off a bit of his damage. Okay, now that's fine. That's a perfectly fine total, considering he's gonna be made of paper now. He has insulation, it'll take half damage from elemental attacks. But he's still just made of paper, and he can be poisoned and put to sleep. Warriors, beefy, can be poisoned. Double damage from poison attacks and darkness, which you'd only have access to through the crucibles you've been picking up throughout. Also be blinded. So yeah, tough, but you can debuff them down to nothing. No evading in your heavy armor. And can be blinded. And can be instant killed. You can also be blinded, put to sleep. And now we can strip the reflect off of you. That's fine. Can also drop a reflect ray. Alright, so orcs. Weak to darkness. High magic defense. If you're gonna use magic, you gotta debuff them. No. Why is it using times 0 here? Alright, well, whatever. Can also be blinded. So blind runs supreme here. And like, same with the Minotaur. And now that I've actually weakened magic, let's go ahead and strip some. I changed the formula for magic so that it's not as effective as it was. Let's go ahead and strip a lot of these magic defenses down. These are based off the old formula, where everyone hit like a freaking monster. A lot of defense on a bat. Yeah, when a Blazemore at that previous builds where a Blazemore was doing 4k damage, I had to cut that in half. That's not the case anymore. Dog's weak to fire. Beast attacks. Alright. That's a good retooling there. Let's hop back into it. Go into this battle not about to fall over. We want to poison the two in the back. Spell. Curse the warrior. The only access this team has to poison, or to blind, is the moth powder. I have a few of those. We don't have dispel either. Pull out both of that. Magus Rod teaches dispel, so I'm gonna remove that off of you. Good. That worked on just about everybody. Enemies that are tough, but fair if you learn what their vulnerabilities are. Summoner is asleep. Let's focus on the knight. And that's just the bleed status. He'll do some damage each turn, like similar to poison, but not enough for us to care about right now. He's annoying. but he's made of paper. Good. Fight through here would be a gauntlet of enemies. Don't want to do that. Go down here and they'll stick their dogs on us, so we don't want to do that. Avoid that fight by fighting more going through the cave. Are they weak to ice? They're not supposed to be weak to ice. It may have been a holdout for when I used to have all flying enemies weak to ice before I brought wind into it. Correct. Flying is not an element. For the ranger to be even more useful. Wind. Not flying that high. Wind, because they're floating in the air, knock them around. There. Better. There, now you know something offensive. And I need to go ahead and put have that minor change go back into effect. Get it? All change. Minor demon. He's a minor demon because he's in a cave. Ah, whatever. I thought it was clever. So that's the attack that the wind enemy from before could have been using on us a lot, and didn't. You're out of MP. Oof. This hat is great. And we'll come back this way later. So if you sneak up behind him, dogs bugger off. You can recover some MP by guarding. Typically get more if you just swing your rod at the enemy. And you're doing more damage. You're actually doing damage. Both of them have their patience. Very small amount of magic evasion. I actually managed to trigger twice. Huh. That item changes depending on your choice there. It's better than the Wizard Robe. Only Will can equip the Angel or Demon Mail. The opposite one. And everyone already has Wizard Robes, so... Up here, knock him out. I forget which path leads where. I just get in the habit of doing both and then thinking which path I want to go. Yeah, we fought enough of these guys. Which key do we have now? We have the leader key. So we have the one we need. We haven't fought one of these yet. Dogs are weak to fire. You get the same amount of experience whether you're in the back row or the front. It's only the front row people get job points. In which case, let's go ahead and head back up. I don't think I've shown off going in that direction. We've always gone in through the water. This guy's gonna be hard, I imagine. Yeah. This is Countdown. Countdown does what you expect him to do. I don't think he's undead. Let's take a look. Maybe he is. That's a Countdown. Weak to light, and that's it. 2 turns, my entire team would be wiped. Had we bought protection against instant death, we would be fine. We had the ability to steal. We could steal a Boots of that accessory off of him. Instead, what we could do, by swapping people in and out, their timers don't go down while they're out there. Do you have any vulnerabilities? No. So this way, when everyone else dies, Raja will still be alive. Now, if you're wearing an anti-death accessory, just nothing will happen when it counts down. Plus, it only revives you with 1 HP. I'm gonna use this a turn or two after you would have dropped. You can still cycle people through. It's a particularly interesting fight because countdown won't affect your limit gauge, so it's not like he does a big attack every 5 turns that will help boost that for you. You can't tag out the hero. The hero's stuck there. And if he uses 5 turns to live while you have countdown, it just resets the counter. It's a good time for an elixir. If you could time it so that it goes off right as you tag someone in with it, nothing will happen. These two are right about to drop. What I want to do, just remove him. We'll fight with 3. I think next turn is when he'll use it. So I can't tag that in, but I can manually switch the 2 of them in. But reset the counter. So there are ways to deal with this, even without having instant death protection. Are you wearing? Bring out the morning sun. Just hit him with it. Funny, flails are light-based weapons, so they'll do good damage. Or so if I actually switched her over to doing physical hit damage. So let's do that. I want to put the Hyper Wrist on. That would Berserker, and we don't want that. And if someone dies beforehand, it does clear their status, so dying on purpose could be a strat. Also, if you come into this fight zombies have instant death immunity. Not sure where you would get zombie. You'd have to go to the pyramid, get zombied, and then come here. That'd work. He uses a lot of fire, though. Being a zombie makes you weak to fire. One thing, healing staff. First a cleric. Hey, Jesse. Healing staff. That was overlooked. Another new one. Yeah, just keep cycling through until you're happy with what you end up with. There you go. Whatever it takes to make you happy with the final result. To be expected when you kill your magic defense and then he uses a spell right on your head. These two are about to drop. So is Jeffrey if I tag him in now. Oh, just keep going then. If they die, they die. If he dies, he dies. Oh, that works too. Check in here to find another one of those nice hats. It's an improvement on the stuff you could buy. There's no healing spot, so you have to heal up the old-fashioned way. Alright, so we want to get the disguise. Sound effects were pretty quiet. Yeah, I did that on purpose. All the beeping I want ends up being a little grating over time, so... Yeah, it definitely is. I did that even without touching this. You really want to hear the beeping, people could play with this. I'm not a huge fan of having the sound effects be a big thing. I've played enough other RPGs lately where the sounds were annoying. So that's my justification. Having this cloak and hat go around these guys, we'll fight enough orcs soon enough. And this, unlike coming in through the drink where you have to sneak around, huh? Is that actually something I implemented? I forget. Something I was, from what reading that. Yeah, orcs no longer have the thick skin. Let's give that to them. That's state 43. That was an NPC is supposed to be telling you, hey, that's why you're getting hurt when you slap the orcs. Yeah, go for it. And if you talk to this guy, it gives you an opportunity to shop. If you don't do it this way, then you won't get this chance. You're sneaking through. And the first place you can buy the Alucard candle, which turns you into a zombie. If you enter the bar without the cloak, you get into a fight and you get kicked out. I think. How is this set up, actually? I've forgotten. It's been a while since we put this part together. Not the barracks, not the house, not inside, the pub. Alright, if you have the disguise. Right. Leaving. Oh yeah, here we go. So if you come in here beforehand without the disguise, he says this, I don't recognize you, but I guess you wouldn't walk in here unless you were supposed to be here. What's the password? And then he says, hey, Blackbeard, Jolly Roger, Ask Catalina, or Nevermind. Blackbeard is not the password. You get into a fight with an orc, then it kicks you out. Jolly Roger, it's not the password, then he kicks you out. Ask Catalina. Why would I know the password? Haven't you been here before? And then you leave. So, you can't get through here, but it's a neat little sequence. And you sneak in through the back to get the spiced rum you need to get the heavy key to go in through the drink. So regardless, you have to come through here at some point. In some capacity. I will buy one of these. I wonder. Nah. Oh, and if you leave, then, he takes off the disguise before leaving. You can still, you're not locked into doing this sequence until you actually fight Blackbeard. You could always leave and go all the way out. You're getting 400 per battle. It's 4,000 expensive. Depends on what it's for. That's 10 battles. Mandatory to save up that kind of money? Well, play through it and see if you naturally have the cash at that point. The easiest thing to do is just to, yeah, you get into these random encounters here of people who don't recognize you. Will's in costume. I think that's a neat little touch. The easiest thing to do is play through it and see if you end up with the amount of money that you'd expect. Come through here not in disguise, and you have to fight all 4 of them. Huh, he's on touch. Easiest thing to do, just play through the game. Numbers can be tweaked all throughout it. Treasure. Every other path you go down, if you don't come in here in disguise, has enemies in it that you have to then fight your way through. Yeah, every one of these enemies has the same music here. Chest pains. Yeah, put it on the Discord. I haven't been using it much since I've been sick, but I'm feeling a lot better these days. Does your demo have more than 6 seconds of gameplay? Well, then good. Yeah, you're pretty efficient at popping out playable demos. That's the part I haven't figured out how to do yet, is properly get this into a format where I can give it to other people to play. Need to look into it more. How to spit this out into a playable format. But I mean, I was talking about the actual, like, buttons to, where in here do I click to actually export it, what have you. And for that battle, we get the Cursed Armor. Cursed Armor is very, very powerful heavy armor that gives you... yeah, I've seen it. I've tried to do it. It didn't work last time I tried. I'll have to give it another try at some point. This team isn't using heavy armor, but it's there. Also, it inflicts zombie. I told it to, yeah. There's that option of remove things you didn't actually put in the game. Ah, to leave it in. I'll have to manually go through and remove things that kind of threw everything into this. And said, yeah, I'll get to it eventually, I think. Level 25. That's looking pretty on point. If you come this way... if you hear it without a disguise, you hide up here to hear this conversation. Instead, you can just walk up and talk to him. Ah, you don't get the hint if you're here in disguise. Not in disguise, you get a hint about this next boss. What if I come from the other side? I'm just gonna zip around here. Huh. If you come through this hallway without a disguise, you fight your way through and you can get those chests. Three factions at play. Well, technically, it's there's quite a few things at play here. England was at war with Spain, and it was all instigated by what the pirate Blackbeard did, posing as a Portuguese fleet sinking a Spanish naval fleet, causing Spain to have internal strife that England then accidentally got involved in, instigating a war between them. Meanwhile, you hear things about what's going on in the Ottoman Empire. The Dutch are kind of minding their own business, the Italians are doing their own thing. Piracy is the big bad guy at this point. Our faction, our main character is William Ander. His father's a duke in England, so I guess we're British. Bulk here was a Spanish naval officer who joined our team. Catalina was the Spanish pirate that started the whole internal strife of Spain that we've broken out of prison. And Raja's some dude that we found in the Middle East who was bored and wanted something to do. Very sassy about this whole thing because he has no stakes in it. He's just looking for a good time. Three summoners. Put them to sleep. Then work them down one at a time. Blackbeard's currently getting visited by someone that has been foreshadowed, but we haven't seen yet at this point. Blackbeard, piracy is its own, like, very loose confederacy of pirates. That's just a side quest that you can do with, and you can even, if you go through the side quest, you can recruit the head of piracy, the Piracy Confederation. Blackbeard has been expelled from the Confederation of Pirates, and he's over here in the New World, Pirates in the Caribbean. Are we? How about that? Doing his own thing, and he's been blacklisted. So the head honcho, he's like, well, let's go ahead and stop that. So it's now known that Blackbeard caused all this. The guy who caused us strife at the start was hired by Blackbeard, so that's our motivation to go after him. We were kidnapped early on, starting the war between England and Spain. We were tossed into an Ottoman prison. We then escaped from that prison and joined a caravan heading to India, where we met up with a Dutch explorer who gave us a ride home. Yeah, Squished USA. This is the biggest the map gets on RPGMV, and it's plenty big. Proportionate, seeing as this is a very Eurocentric game, I made the Mediterranean, huge air quotes, to scale so that all this looked good. And then the rest had to be squeezed to some degree. So like the Pacific and the Atlantic, they're very tiny. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to post. Always interested in other people, everyone's stuff. Anyone in the audience who's making their own game, feel free to share along with everyone else. Even my world map is not done yet. I haven't restarted since I changed that animation. Bummer. Forgot they could do that. All more reason to put them to sleep. Oh, you put it in the Discord? Yeah, it definitely has some work to be done. There's a lot of blank spots, but a lot of rivers. I like it. Like, for example, my map, there's a lot of cleaning up to be done in certain areas. The big thing is I haven't done the Yellow River yet, and that's going to be a big plot point coming up. We haven't gotten there yet. Not in the story, not in the development. Now, after this whole sequence of Blackbeard is when the Summoner class gets unlocked. But you fight this enemy here to give you a preview into it. It depends on how involved your game is, like with combat. For the most part, I'm going to say that backtracking is blah, boring. Did I set that up right? Undead. I did not do that. Light and undead, but not... Well, are the undead weak to fire? Let's pull up an undead enemy. There was a bunch of those in the pyramid. Not ghost. What about Killer Boys? Yeah, they're weak to fire. A 10-minute walk. Easiest thing to do is to play through it. See if it's fun for you. Yeah, weak to fire. Hey, they dropped a book. Am I using any druids? Okay, it's worse than what you had, but... And you're still... Yeah, you're still undead, so let's fix that. You can use the cure spell. I think I have holy water. Yes. You find it fun, then it works. Like, this is a run I started a couple days ago just for testing out the magic once I retweaked the formula. Which, yeah, let's kill this so I can reset, and the basic magic formula got reset to this. When before it had a... What was different? I think I just changed the number of each spell. Where was it? Give me a spell. I think these got tweaked, and I may have changed the multiplier. Either way, enough got tweaked that I wanted to restart over, see how everything synced, and that's what we've been doing. Now this guy. Anyone wearing... No. You get to wear this. Do a side quest for one of the rulers of one of the kingdoms. I think it's the one for... I'm assuming with the red and the blue line is the shortcut. Hey, if it works, you do your thing. Huh. Alright. So, this guy. Gonna want cure. Oh good, you've maxed out this, so you can move on to the next one. Move you back to Wizard. Because you eventually want him learning every one of the magic spells. A subclass in Druid. Well, you can also be a good playtester yourself. Just be objective. Alright, this guy, had you not been sneaking through, you would have run to a cutscene of some enemies talking about this guy. He inflicts fever on everyone. Fever, every turn, a random status ailment or debuff will be applied to your character. He's pretty much just going to sit there and buff himself while you waste away. No, one per turn, and it does not stack ones that are already there. So if I were to clear sleep from Bull, the next turn could do sleep. So now he has sleep and defense down. Will has now been silenced. So I do want to cure that. Jeffrey has malediction on. And that's it, meaning that so he's wearing the fairy pendant, so he can't be put to sleep or confused, so it may have tried to do that to him. Get rid of his magic barrier. Alright, this turn was a big whip across the board. Good. We can also just use debuffs. My magic defense is down. Big deal. His agility's down. Alright, his attack's a bit much. Supposed to be a tickle. Things have been re-changed since then, so let's go up to Fanatic. Huh, that's only with 300 attack power. Your defense down? What are you wearing? You have 42 defense. So yeah, let's go ahead and strip some of that away. It's supposed to be a tickle. He is vulnerable to blind. and weak to light. Okay, let's strip his deep. Right. Every enemy's gonna need his magic defense stripped now that I've rebalanced. If it fails to reflect, you take more damage? Oh, if it fails to reflect. Down that danger mode typically is a pretty good thing. Like that's a hit or miss item. It's danger mode. So you're set up as a warrior. That's fine. That's why your light spell wasn't doing anything. You also have it set up to bounce back player spells. Well, that's why I set up my reflect to have just work 100% of the time, because then my wizards can't do anything to each other. So let's go ahead and cure Berserk off you. I don't have a way to do blind as a wizard, so we'll get him. That was by chance. Remove barrier. Alright, so this turn it's stunned Bull and berserked him. If you target yourself with Reflect, then it puts Reflect on you. If you already have that spell on, then depends on how you have Reflect set up. Does it go down with a timer? Then it should. If you have it set up, the way I have it set up is that if it'll bounce and get the enemy, and it will reflect the enemy's spells. I mean, that means you just went in here and you set up. Reflect is just this. You set up a. Well, I have Reflect lasting only 5 turns. Three turns. I have it set up this way. This way, if you don't have a way to remove it, you're not screwed. So, let's say you set it up like this. If I were to cast a spell that gave this state to myself, it would then bounce and land on the enemy. If the enemy has it and I cast Reflect on them, it's possible to go either way. It'll bounce and land on you. That is how it's vanilla supposed to go. So Will has Bleed and Stun. You've been silenced. Let's fix that. So he's just gonna buff himself, put up a barrier. Limit breaks are not affected by silence. But you are low on, you're low on health. Let's cure silence. Should have bought a few. Yeah, should have bought a few accessories that prevent silence. That was my hubris. And I need to cure Jeffrey there. You're not helping as a berserker. Where's my herbs? Herbs and spices. There we go. You have control of him. Will's asleep. Jeffrey's poisoned on top of Fever. And Bulk has been. And in case your character died and Fever was removed or you tagged someone else in, he's going to try every few turns to put Fever back on. If you die, it should clear Fever. It will clear Fever if you die. And if you swap someone in who doesn't have it, like Raj, he'll attempt to put it on there, so you could do some more bouncing characters around. Like in the Countdown fight. Okay, so Will is finally back up. Put up a dual cast. I do need to remove his magic barrier. Now he has Reflect as well. It's like we're wasting a turn of dual cast. Unless you're also silenced. Having a magic class that's not affected by silence depends. Does it make sense? Swap in Raja so he can use Demon Dance. Psychic attacks. I mean, if it works in the context of your game, then there's no problem with it. Oops. Well, that worked. And he's berserked. If it's too weird, then you can change it. It's your game. In what respect? Yeah, so my class and subclass system is set up. Heroic Zyper, hello. Haven't seen you around these parts in ages. The way I have the class, subclass, Jesse system set up is pretty simple. There are 15 classes, plus the hero can use the Lord one, which can equip everything. And as a subclass, you can choose a separate class. It doesn't affect your stats or your available equipment draw, but you can use all the skills. It goes well. Hope you are doing well as well. Subclass doesn't affect your equipment draw. What it does do is that it lets you use all the skills you've learned in that other class. Yes, we are spanning the globe. So in combat, the way it ends up working is Will here, in his goofy disguise, he is set up as a wizard, so he can use black magic. He's subclassed to the druid, so he can use his nature skills. And in this magic-only run to balance magic, that means I have access to most spells at all times. Play into him. So that means he'll waste a turn. Provided all your people have the fever at that point, he's just gonna waste a turn trying to reinstate it. And you can always back out, hit status to see what's going on. So Will's asleep and has malediction. Eventually I'll put descriptions in these. That's just, I just sit down and do it. Let's go ahead and put regen on everyone, get that out of the way. Keep laying into him? Yeah. Or not. In that case, let's just swap Bull out. Each character has their own in classes in a global subclass. That's not a bad way to do it. And that's not a bad way at all. I kind of like that. Everyone has their own basic one, and then everyone can kind of touch on the other spots. Alright, when you hurt him a bit more, he actually starts to fight back, which is what he's doing now. Now he's trying to cast Beat, and he's trying to use darkness spells. But his cycle of just trying to recover supposed to signify he's no longer thinking you're going to drop from the fever. But now he's actually trying. That's a neat system there, Jesse. If it works in your game, that's great. Upside to dropping is that now he isn't going to be afflicted. Can't recover him because he has malediction. Alright, let's fix that. So yeah, the Gray Skull, that's malediction. That just negates all healing. Or he can just die. Malediction's a status effect. It just negates healing. No other downsides. Makes you think a little harder. Alright, everyone's sitting well after that. Now, if you decided not to get the disguise to come through here, then still poisoned. You wouldn't have this cool cloak. It's poisoned. Oh, Bulk is also poisoned. Sir, now's not the time, dog. We have no quarrel with that dog. Single Reflect Knight. Should have fought him. Yeah. Alright, so we got the treasury key from fighting the guy. With enough exploring, the player will find... The dog is chasing us. That's not background gold. We can just grab that. We can sell that for later. There's a key we need to get into Blackbeard's place. They're not set up to gang up on someone. That looks a lot better with that animation. Alright, and for this you get another... We'll go ahead and use those. Who needs it more? You're pretty low on health. Who needs more MP? You do. And they swore. As in, like, foul language swore? Or they decided to go to church because it was a good time. They were praying. And there's your friendly reminder to drop a save. And we're pretty close to full. And we can just top off with regular items. I wonder at what point I have it scripted to take off the disguise. Okay, right here. Been a while since I tested this path. Alright, as good a place as any, and... temporary interruption before we move on to the main event. Well, in a moment. That is high praise, Cypher. Now we'll be right back. Alright, problem solved, and we're back. So, what are we thinking? Let our fight goes together. I don't think this makes a difference. Well, it does. Yeah, we let her fight. If we do it together, then we all fight. Let's get him. And this would give the player... It's okay if you lose here. This will give the player a way to learn what Blackbeard's all about before... before actually fighting him with the full team. I don't want to demo it in the actual fight. So, Blackbeard will always counterattack. Oh well, I don't get a chance to demonstrate it then. He'll always counterattack with Aura. It's a non-elemental magic attack. If you have Reflect up, it bounces it back at him. You can use Chaos, which will use a random black magic spell. Now for the actual fight, if you use one of the three main elements, fire, ice, or lightning on him, he will then enchant himself with that and use it on you. If you have Reflect up, it'll bounce it back and he'll absorb it. He does not respond to light, dark, or poison that way. You have options. First thing we want to do, get Catalina back on her feet. After that embarrassing display. So Blazemos, Ice Pillar, those are the third tier magic spells that you wouldn't have seen up to this point. He also has resistance to being debuffed. The whole game has built this up to him being the final boss. He's not, but it's built up this way. Now you could, if you had, seeing as at this point you could have one of each of the absorbing gear, you could put that on, designate one person to duel him, and then have him enchant into that, and he'll get healed every time. You have options. Easiest if you just don't engage that gimmick. And if you use a limit attack on him, one of the aggressive ones that fighters tend to have, none of the wizards have an aggressive one. Then he counterattacks with Queen Anne's Revenge, which gives him barrier, magic barrier, and regen, which will heal for a lot. You have to dispel it from him or you are lost. He is completely counterattack driven with a couple gimmicks to him as well. He could also do that, dispel your buffs. Alright, let's go ahead and put those back on. Now you have been told throughout the game up to this point that Blackbeard hadn't been beaten in battle because he always figured out his opponent's strategy. So, easier way to check. He is wearing the ice jacket. That was with ice. So let's go ahead and hit him with ice. We'll find out just what happens. Light into him. Then he gets... So he'll counterattack every time you do that, so you could just keep him cycling through different stances. Well, let's hit him with fire this turn. Still use Counter Aura, but now he'll start to use the big magic spells. Ice Spears, Ice Pillar. Same for fire, same for lightning. He'll use tier 2, 2, and 3 spells on top of his regular list. And since it's possible to have spent the money... Oh, and it crashed. Sometimes it locks up like this. I don't know why. I haven't figured out the reason. I found nothing on the boards about possible fix for that. Just happens sometimes. So, yeah, we'll just plow through him this time. It is possible for a solo Catalina to beat him, and then you get a slightly different scene afterwards. This is if you decided to do a positive morale run. If William had been a rude boy, William then fights Blackbeard himself. If William loses an eye. If William wins, well then he stays rude, but he doesn't lose the eye. Alright, then we just kill him with the testing item here. Okay, so he's fallen. This has been a positive will run. And by they wouldn't recommend it, that fever skill you had from earlier, status, that's now locked onto Jeff. That will not go away. Every turn, bad things will happen to him. So, you're now down a party member to get out of here. I mean, he could have him fight. Revive him after every round, after every battle. There's actually only a handful of mandatory battles in this section. It's just, do you remember the way out? And the timer does not go while you're in the menu. Speaking of what Blackbeard dropped was the Sage's Stone. It gives you a chance to counterattack with Aura. Let's go ahead and equip that. They're weak to darkness as damage. And if we have with a physical fighter, we can do a lot of damage to them now. If you take the shortest way out, there's like an extra battle. But if you didn't clear out the other paths because you were disguised before, we can just run. You can still run from random encounters. No reason to fight them here. If you had cleared out the far left path, that would have been slightly faster, I suppose. We didn't, because we were in disguise. We didn't beat those guys, so they would still be there. It was an area we weren't allowed to go through earlier. There were too many enemies in the barracks. They just said they woke up, so the barracks are clear. Hey, how's it going? If you came in disguise, they don't bother you on the way out. If you didn't, then they'll fight you on the way out if you didn't see them fight them before. Yeah, Aura does really good damage, and it's non-elemental. It does cost MP though, so... It could burn through your mana if you get hit enough times. If you had gone out through the front door, there was a Minotaur you had to fight. And those guys are pretty tough, so you just go around through the side entrance. And if you had taken the left path, there was a mandatory fight over there. If you tied this guy up here up earlier instead of killing him, gives you a hint about the side quests on Easter Island. Otherwise, you'd have to find it just from exploring. And that's it, you're home free. 15 minutes is plenty of time, even if you get lost multiple times and fight everything. Supposed to only simulate danger. And what if you were relying on Jeffrey for for everything? Now that he's not actually usable here. If you didn't get Raja, you would be down to just Will, Bulk, and Catalina. You could have just 3 characters in this whole section. The big enemies here, they can drop. They have pretty good rare drops. And a dragon can drop a dragon-type weapon, which is the next tier up from what we could have had at this point. But it didn't happen. When the timer goes down, Jeffrey dies, it's game over. If William had taken on Blackbeard himself and lost an eye, he wouldn't be talking during this part. And for going positive morale Will, this is our reward. We get red armor Will, as opposed to black armor with his eye patch for losing an eye. And the game's explanation for that is that our armor was destroyed in that cannonball blast. That's an inn. This is our bedroom. And that's just letting you know that Will is no longer a mandatory member of the party. I'm going to keep him in the party, but he's no longer mandatory. You can put him anywhere in the formation. Formation doesn't make a difference, but it's up to the player. Now, if you visit King Henry, if you don't, everyone will keep telling you go see King Henry. He'll teach you the last set of 5 classes. And with the previous 2 times, he'll drag you downstairs to talk about the advanced stuff. So the 5 classes are Conjurer. That's a status effect. Swordmaster, or similar to Blackbeard. Ninja. And the Havoc Knight. Also the Beastmaster, which is not talked about here. No one here talks about the Beastmaster. There he is. So those enemy skills you've been seeing throughout the game. Yeah, you were going to be a wizard Beastman. Beastman. Because I have, only so many characters fit before it starts to run into the job point numbers. And subclass is Wizard. But Beastmaster knows the skills you've seen throughout the game up to this point from enemies. Ones that are grayed out, they cost 50 job points instead of the basic 25. Go on, learn Fire Breath. Oh, their limit is Plague. It uses every status ailment on one enemy. Beastmasters can use Whips. As well as light armor and magic. Just light armor. And heavy armor. Huh. They count as a magic. Do they count as a magic class? I guess they technically do. Hey, Saya. How goes the game making? Could use a new whip. Oh, congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy together. Oh, that's not bad. Of course. And then you were going to become a summoner. Oh. Change to summoner, subclass druid. Oh, is the music a bit loud? That should be a bit better then. And summoning skills. Healing, fire, ice. Just a flat damage. Force field, earth. And status ailments. Oh, with fire. We have a use for that coming up. And summoners can only use books. Rods are for wizards. Don't have an extra. I do. Take the orb. If you were to leave before talking to Blackbeard, he'll just tell you to go see King Henry. You go to King Henry after learning the classes. Alright, then they direct you to go see Blackbeard. Okay. He's in the prison. Yeah, what do you want? And had you left Andreas alive when you encountered him, instead of killing him like I did this pass, he'd be here, and you'd have a full house of people you've captured, minus the mine. Mine was there to start with. And after that, your dad comes up here to remind you where you were headed. Because at this point, Raja is optional, and you only have the 3 mandatory people: William, Bulk, and Catalina. No, sorry. We have 4 people. Oh, okay, I guess. And a little joke at the fact that everyone else gets to change their name for reasons. Welcome, Ott. Ott starts off as a soldier. Who's our current team missing? What Anno sound? 1 white mage, so 2. You also have the Havoc Knight, Ninja, Swordmaster. We're doing all magic. See how that's balanced out. Oh yeah? Hey, we'll make you a Grey Wizard. Why not? Blaze and... Blaze in here. Like, okay, it does fully unequip Jeffrey before removing him from your party forever. So you don't lose anything he was holding. Alright, now we have 4 people who are learning things, so... Now we just saved, we're fine. Now here in Act 3, a lot of things have opened up. We don't have to go save Jeffrey right away. Help us how? So if you have Raja in your party, you picked him up, a side quest for the optional character. Head back to the town where you collected him. Huh? Oh. Huh. Where's that retry button is new. Raja Sorcerer is giving initiative. Raja, talk to me. What's going on? Why could you not put your clothes on? What's wrong with your clothes, Raja? Raja Sorcerer. Ah, because I spelled sorcerer wrong. Oh, that makes sense. I saw. I will listen. Let's go ahead and let's mute that. Let's listen a minute 140. That is very precise on a long video. Hold on. Let's make that full screen so I can get the cursor a little more accurate. We'll listen to 10 seconds. Does it have any sound? fairly similar. Neat. You know what? Anno is just the aesthetic that I like too. All right, so now that I've spelled something properly, this should be fine. And then Raja will be like, "Hey, go see my buddy." Everyone except for William and Jeffrey change outfits for each class. They all play dress up with their class. Oh hey, we're into this guy again. Conjurer summons can be reflected. Oh, the clowns just told us that can't be. We'll say no. For a PX Pinion. Awesome. And we already opened up the channel here by paying the 50,000 on this side. Well, let's use it. We built a canal. Act 3 also has this. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, this is due. This is where we got the boat the first time. We want Basra, which is up at the end of the sea here. Hey, how's it going? Sell your loot. It was, we hired him. Why you're not turning around? Tube. Cutscene. There we go. You are direction fixed. That is why. You remembered. You remember for my invention? Yeah, sure. You remembered. These are all everything we'll be doing from here going forward has all been recent things I've put together. During my time with the plague. Wizards have hard feelings against our chemists here. That hippie shit ain't magic. Against every enemy, huh? Not bad. Alright, so they are vulnerable to sleep, blind, stun, and blind. Poison, blind, and stun. Why are you so buff? What is your deal? Weak to light. Ah, very high magic defense. Since I've changed the way the formula works, I need to drop that down. Quite a bit, actually. Same for you. Let's actually reinstate that. And the Conjurer class has Final Hope, which is basically the re-raise spell. Let's go ahead and use it, just in case. Set up to be a fighter, so let's use you as such. Alright, and here we have the actual boss, the Wizard. Wizard starts off with Insulate. You want to remove that right away. Gives him a elemental defense. Half damage from all elemental attacks. What if we silence the Wizard? So, Summon Magic, between the power of a Tier 2 and Tier 3 Black Magic spell, hits all enemies, does not split damage, and it can't be reflected. Pretty expensive though. 36 per. Just to confirm, he can't be poisoned yet. Or he can be blinded. But he doesn't have any physical attacks, so there's no point to it. Right, Bulk is not set up for magic. It doesn't seem threatening yet. The boss doesn't start off taking you seriously here on this short side quest. So he gave himself speed. We can't remove that. He's just going to have a couple turns of going twice. And now he's going to start using tier 2 spells. Let's swap in auto for this. I don't like the way I built the Beastmaster just yet. Or you can remove speed. About that. Alright. Why are you so quick? How about... You're a wizard. No evasion, please. Alternatively, if one of the Reflect Knights in the Pirate Cove had managed to drop a Reflect Ring, you would win this by default, because I don't think he has anything that can get around it. All you would need is to be able to remove regen from him, and he would eventually kill himself. Which would just take Dispel on a Black Mage, or Demon Dance on a Druid, or cycling the another item we haven't received yet to it. gives himself quick, which makes him give him 100% physical evasion. Oh, we have Dispel. Let's use it. Why did you dodge Ice 3? Ah, Chicken Feather. 20% evasion. Move that. Heal him. And wait for that to be removed. Nuts. Because Reflect is now on Raja, I can't use my AoE healing. I can't put Hero's March on or that'll bounce onto the wizard. I could have used Jhin through Reflect. Why did Confusion not bounce? What version of Confusion are you using? Why did I not tag that to bounce? 951. 950. Yeah. Magic attack. Ow. You don't have life. Do you have life? No. Anyone have life? You do. So Confusion doesn't mean you'll attack one of your party members. Confusion means there's a 50% chance that you will attack yourself. Kind of like a Pokemon Confusion instead of your standard one. And it's not a very damaging hit. This is his final form here. What happens when you go after a boss? Beginning of Act 3 instead of doing anything of the story. But we got him nonetheless. It's not Basra, it's Basra. Point of view is the this is. And for that, Auto Aid. It's an auto potion. The accessory that you use the lowest level healing item you have when you get hit. Just thought of one more thing I wanted to check on. Summoner, where are you? Actually, that's not actually a lightning attack, so that's fine. The reason of... Check this out. I don't want to leave, I just wanted to say hi. Fire. Oh, water enemy's definitely weak to fire, right? No. You're underwater. Your fire won't work here. What if we use... We just try lightning then. They're weak to... They're underwater, they must be weak to lightning, right? Mega voltage. Is it actually tagged as lightning? Yes. That could just be the way around it, then, I guess. Do I have any of the lightning and magic? I think I have a lightning skill to test that out. Alright, one moment. Ancient will temporarily learn. Do you have any monks? Oh, because you already learned meditate. Alright, you there. Learn Fist of Thunder for a moment, and subclass to a monk. I have something I want to demonstrate. Use lightning underwater, and you'll also get electrocuted. So, yeah, let's not do that. This is actually a team that's all set up for fire. We don't have a way to really get through there. 356, 7. Didn't mean to come back through here. I wrote it down and did not do it. These are meant to decrease in power as you go through. The more swings it does, the less damage it does. Why didn't you count a lightning attack? Where is that map? I have an idea. I want to test something here. Thunder Rod is a drop that I just never picked up. Does it not work on multi-target lightning? Sure, one of you can work, yeah. The Thunder Rod gives you the zap spell. This whole thing is timed because you're underwater. You could run from all these encounters, but still underwater. Encounter rate, where'd you go? Thank you. Huh. Only one of them does it. Do you still count enough for fire to do 0 damage? Yeah. You count as fire for that part of it. Weird. That didn't happen before. Do not all of you have 100% chance to... Percent. No, they're all 100%. I don't know why that didn't happen the first time. Alright, well. That's fine. Actually, that'd be kind of funny. Hold on. I'm gonna put a Thunder Rod in here as a trap. Yeah, no straight cash. Instead. Ah, sweet. Lightning. In case you didn't have it, then you get zapped. Regardless, this team is not set up to fight that right now. We're gonna need something else. We got the auto aid. We got what we came for. Oh, Act 3. Act 2 had this guy too, as well. Act 3 allows you to do this next one. Down here at the Nile. Ah, okay. He sells some alchemical stuff, and the only place you can buy black syrup. A way to heal zombies. Of course. What a nice toy, huh? Toy is weak to fire. Use fire on toy. Toy gets upset. I don't have any quills to put float on. Oh. We're not meant to be set up for this fight just yet. Can you duel him, Otto? No. Let's just kind of zip along to where we're headed. Act 3 will also open up Venice and open up the Pope. Oh hey, this guy. Yes. We're using one right now. The Thunder Rod does it. For that you get a Mega Elixir. At a small river in the New World. You can't go back to the Pirate Cove. This is not the small river. That is a big river. I was telling you to head to Montevideo here in South America. I'll fight one of you. Ah, so strong because he has the fire rod on. Amplifies fire damage. Had you come here before, this guy here would just tell your fortune. Come here now. Moss from a high altitude, Dayflower in a jungle, venom from a beast, and an antidote. And if you read it, he goes into a bit more specific, more detail on the Dayflower, the Congo jungle. And we already have the moss from the high mountain. There was that moss when you climbed Iceland earlier for Ernst. So odds are you already have this. Antidote's not hard to come by, so we only have 2 items to get. Most of it may sound more convoluted than it is. They could go through this area earlier. Just couldn't do this part. You didn't have the jar. What's water from the river? You can handle that. This area just loops around. I'll fight some of the new enemies here. We got Berserker. Berserker's weak to light. I'd like to show off Auto Potion, but you just don't want to attack both. The new enemy, Fury Fighter. They can inflict the status you think they can. Huh. That's not working as intended. Well, thanks for demonstrating that. We haven't got a chance to do it yet. I wonder if that's because he's berserked. Let's cure that and see what happens. Well, that would cure it, yes. Interesting. When he's berserked, he throws the items at the enemy. See, now it's working just fine. That's really interesting. I've never encountered that. Huh. Sounds like something I'd like to pair up with Fury Protection. Also, a very easy way to burn through your supply of healing root. Or dried meat, or what have you. Yeah, sure. That was an interesting thing to learn about right there. Berserk character with Auto Potion throws it at the enemy. We've seen you. Another new enemy, an Angered Behemoth. Good enough time to use Plague. A Behemoth can be confused. How about that? And silenced. They have a lot of armor. Have everyone pass around the magma staff then. The Beastmaster class is supposed to be a magically based class. I need to adjust the skills and Wasn't always a magical class. It was one of the physical ones. Maybe I can consider it one of the utility ones? I'll have to rethink a couple things. Maybe Havoc Knight was supposed to be the final... Yeah, I think that's what I was going for. Just jot this down. Beefy guy. Beefy guy not worth fighting unless you want to crowd control him a lot. Okay, another one, Thunderclaw. Aura is stronger than a tier 2 spell, weaker than a tier 3. I like this map. At this point in the game, I would like to take a look at some of these enemies here. There you are. Earth. Right. Too much. Ever since I changed around how it goes. You there, big boy. We'll come here before. It's just another side area you can explore. Here now. In here, you only fight single enemies, I believe. After that's more loot we can sell. We'll need a lot of money coming up. Here. What we're here for. The main event. So, Youngtomi has a lot of debilitating moves. It also stabs you with one of his legs if you give it a bop. Even without barrier, it still will only do less than 300 damage. They can add up. Damage it enough, and it hatches a little spawn here. The Untomi spawns Untomitos, which the summon spell, they're all weak to fire, so you can fairly easily clear them out with the Jin. Does do it more than once. But Quicksilk puts perfect evade on that spider, but only physical evade. We can also dispel it off of her if we were using physical hits. Huh. Countdown overrides Life's Hope. Neat. I guess because it sets dead instead of searching for losing health. There we go. See, that's it working in action. Well, that's unfortunate. Turn him undead just in time. The upside, being turned to zombie. Oh, howdy. How you, Chad? The upside, being turned zombie would mean that you're now immune to the spit damage. Right, he has Quick. That won't do anything. Alright, and the final round. Or, I guess I could say lap. You're out of MP. Unfortunate. Pick up the staff. Hook him. Yeah, you have enough MP to make use of that. Raja, you need to heal yourself. So here we have the core mechanics for the rest of the game. Everything's been opened up to you at this point. So the gloves are off. I think you can even fight this guy in Act 2. I do not compose my own music. I troll message boards and everywhere else I can find anyone who's posting music saying, here, pay me and you can use my music. I play music, I do not. I don't play enough to compose anything. And a full heal. Yeah. And we have the filled jar, we make our way out of here. The only thing you couldn't do in Act 2, I believe, was just fill the jar, because you weren't given it yet. So if you really wanted to do this ahead of time, you could knock yourself out. Game never directs you here before that. And let's just cheat across here and walk out. Give this guy back the jar. That didn't work properly. Back to Montevideo. Why did that not... Ah. This is supposed to go here. These are all very recent things I put together when I felt like I was on the verge of death, so it's fine. Just pasting that over here. Alright, and back in. That's... Alright. That's fine, we'll just dip out of here. Ease our way across the world. Give him the jar. There. We now have 3 out of 4 ingredients for the cure for our brother. So then, the next thing we want to do is... Alright, so what he said he needed was moss from the high point, which you already been to Iceland, you saw the moss. You forgot, well, hopefully you didn't forget. Or you could have just grabbed it the first time. We're down here in South America. We got the Ontomi poison. Now they're directing us to the Congo. Congo, which it may stand out a bit if you sailed by here earlier, that this looks a little off, so you could disembark here. If not, you could talk to people and they'll eventually point you in the direction of Africa for the Congo. Like, there it is there. I think, going off the assumption that people don't know geography, someone here points you in the direction of the Congo, right? I know there's at least someone, there's one person in the Mediterranean that does. She's in the inn. Yes. Okay. So leave Timbuktu, head up and around. I have no quarrel with you, fish. Just want to confirm that this other guy points us in the direction of the Congo. Just heading to France. Welcome to Marseille. Quai des Rouges. Here in Act 3... Oh. Okay, he does. Never mind. Now that you're more renowned for having taken down Blackbeard... What if we go back inside? Didn't read what he said. Right, the adventurer is gonna rescue the Congo, southeast of Timbuktu. Okay, so I did think of that. Someone does tell you where to go. Let's head to the Congo. That's why we picked up all that fire equipment. How are we doing? Oh, cool. You finished Wizard. Let's change you over to a Cleric. A subclass is a Wizard. subclass gives you the ability to use the skills of that other class. Yes, we'll put in big air quotes, real world. Set in the age of exploration. Here, Australia is an entirely optional side quest area where you venture into the outback and get a lot of... You just get some good loot. Canada is also optional. There's some okay stuff there. You have to head to Greenland. But... You have to head to Greenland? I don't think you... No, it's optional. That's part of an optional side quest. Decided to make it more Eurocentric, so Europe got the scale, and then everything else had to squeeze in around it. So if you sailed into here... Now, if you came here before, which I did to pick up the treasure, you can fight this respawning slime. But here in Act 3... Jungle death squads. And pull up the Congo here. The Congo is a place where I had an idea and I'm still trying to make it interesting enough. Alright. Head into the darkness of the Congo and... Very dark. Your natural light... Very close to you. Now, there are no... Supposed to be the sound of the fire. Or it could be one of the characters pissing off screen. Now, there are no random encounters in this area. All the enemies are on the map. Like this slime here who's walking up to me. Go away. In order to... Right, if we had wood, we could light a torch. So let's pick up a piece of wood. And you have some time until this burns down. Designed to have you keep moving. Light attacks do particularly well in here. As with fire. And you can stock up on different on logs. You can just only want to use it when you get close to a point there. And for this one, we get the Titan gear, which is the equipment. It's the armor that... Loud car gone by. It's the armor that absorbs earth attacks. And all encounters are avoidable, except for like one. There's one place that's unavoidable. Yeah, this one. Tiny dragon. Tiny dragon gets a tiny icon. He's curing the poison I put on him. He's not beating you up, so that's pretty good. Other classes would probably have a much easier time with the dragon, but like the Swordmaster has a skill that just do more damage to dragons. But this run is just for testing out how Magix is sitting right now after the new formula. And whenever you leave the Congo, for this part, all the logs respawn. Reach Drakengard. Alright, so somewhere else in the jungle is our destination for coming here. Wanted to come here first. Not only are these guys obsessed with the dragon folk, I want one of those. I have a better one from the wizard, one that I didn't do earlier. Equip earlier. So the reason we wanted to is because dragon tier equipment is sold here. So I want to pick up a bunch of those. And just as important, I want to pick up a dragon staff or two. So time to liquidate. Alchemical ingredients, we're not using a chemist in this run. All the loot can go. All the old books can go. Not using axes or ninja swords. And yeah, heavy armor can go. Some of it. I'll think on that. The basic wizard gear can go. Don't even have a wizard right now. It's fine. Big magic attack increase from the previous rod, and he just blaze most. If you're using a monk, I think ninjas could also use claws. You can inflict sleep with your basic attack with it. This is a place we'll definitely be returning to when we have more cash. And it doesn't take long to just there's one dragon between you and the entrance here. For the price of getting to Drakengard. Yeah, that damage is alright. It's expensive, but it should be. Turbo Drench does a flat 1000 damage, but it's technically is the math element as well as water. So if they're weak to water, it'll do double. If they're resistant to true damage, math element, then it'll do less. Like dragons. They're the big antagonist. They're meant to be big. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Well, guess we're fighting. Not what I meant to click. That's fine. Went down all the same. Okay. Just two of them. Smacking an enemy with a rod will restore your MP, but so will guarding. Is whether or not you want that incidental damage or not. And if you're behind on levels, the Congo will very quickly get you back up on curve. You can't stockpile them. Once you leave this area, all the logs go back. Nuts. I wanted this area to not have random encounters. I wanted it to be like this, and then I figured out a way to make it just really hard to see. But if you could just light a torch, you just still walk around them. But if the torch was to go out, you'd be in more of a rush to keep moving, because you could certainly do this in the dark. You just kind of be bumping into things along the way. Especially since you'll probably come here at least a couple times to go back to Drakengard and continue to upgrade your equipment. So far, Blazemos for the cost of 65 is real powerful and it's real good so far. Liking that new tweak to it. Just a circle. Log for your troubles. Free reflect ring in case you missed one early. Just a chance to get them earlier. I thought there was a maneater chest in this place, but guess not. Alright, and the Crusher. The Crusher has a gimmick. The Crusher is the big boss of the Congo. The Crusher starts off absorbing fire. Crusher starts off with really high physical defense. I guess you just have to wait. for teams that are physically based, they're gonna have a little bit of a time punching through his armor. Hey, hit him enough, and he switches over to using ice attacks. His magic defense drops, or his magic defense goes up, and his physical defense goes down. Dual Cast is real good if you have the MP for it. And hit him enough, and now his physical defense is way down, and his magic defense is way up. Yeah, it can't punch through this magic defense at this point. This is what physical fighters would start the fight off with. That's a tier 3 lightning spell. It's tough. Alright, so that's the first time we've seen that status. Spread here. Whenever Raj is going to take damage now, it'll instead be split up among the other 3 people. So he's safe from taking damage, just the others are going to take more in the meantime. Going twice now, which should signify that he's in his final phase. Yeah. His defenses are now down. And now he's desperately going twice, trying to finish you off. There we go. Nuts. What did I do wrong? Oh well. Your choices throughout the game decides who the love interest is. That pops up here. I mean, if that is how you piss, you might want to see a doctor. And, not that kind of doctor. Don't come to me with a piss problem unless it's in your mouth. That's a whole other issue. So your choices decide who the second person is, who your love interest is. Maggie is the neutral one. You didn't go full in on being nice, you didn't go full in on being rude. I was trying to go for the Easter egg one that I put in, where instead of it being be Maggie for if you went all good, you get Gwen. In between, you get Maggie. You went full rude, you get Olivia. And if you do just a certain amount of things, you end up with a certain amount of quote-unquote points, and you get Peter. It's fabulous looking. And so he acts that way too. Oh well, I guess that'll stay for now, that'll stay an Easter egg. Got it. Regardless of, no matter, they all start with their own skills. They have a skill. It's the final phase of the previous fight. You're just doing it again. And he only goes once, so your secondary person could almost solo it. It has no defenses. It hardly actually attacks. It's a little bonding moment for you and the, we'll call it love interest. And for beating it, you get the Mystic Scroll. We'll come back to that. So Maggie starts off as a beast man. I believe Olivia's a wild man, and Gwen is a ranger. Regardless, those who poke a little further may realize that he knows a lot of skills. Since your brother is wounded and out of commission, and you spent so much time on him, this is actually don't think about it. This is your older brother. Don't think about it too hard. Already a mastered white mage, so that's good. Learn a summon skill. And fire for the jungle. Oh well. What I could do, actually... Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I want to just go ahead and make it happen. Missed 3 points somewhere. Because I'm a child. If you get exactly that many of the arbitrary points I've said. And, yeah. I had it set to 5,000 to test something for an enemy. Instead of just their max health. Their max health. Huh. So it turns out it wasn't me. Congo. Talk to me. Tell me why you're sick. Why are you ill? What did I do wrong? Oh. That's why. That's why I couldn't get it to work. Come on. One moment. Yeah, good to see you. And... Alright, the big reveal. Good. That is how it's done. Yeah, I made a big bloop. I made a bloop. Same guy. For feet. I've had fun writing all the lines for Pete, your male companion. Pete starts off as a Havoc Knight. You were meant to be the third wizard class. Yeah, I made a mistake there. Right, so the Havoc Knight class. It's a Lancer that has magic. So you could build either way or a hybrid of the two. And you're already a mastered cleric, because you're also the same. Whoever your love interest ends up being is exactly what you had been raising Jeffrey to be. Right, this is the one we'll save. And the party is together. But at this point, this is the first time you have a mandatory amount of people that are larger than 4. For this area, though, I do want to swap in the summoner. Now, you could make a case for not going to Drakengard first because you have to go there after. The Crusher is tough enough that I didn't want to face him without the Dragon Staff. Most enemies are set to just kind of wander about. There's a couple that are walking towards you. I think the slimes are all gunning for you. I was thinking of Pac-Man at the time. Why'd you say that again? That was an error. That was a copy-paste I did not clear. This is what the jungle actually looks like. Yeah, that was just, I did not clear that. Because then I have to, whenever I have any of them talk ever, I must have one of this going. Because that's the route I decided to go. You could have one of 4. It looks about the same whenever Will talks, because he could look completely different depending on what you've done up to this point. A dragon. Got the dragon knife. Be really good if you were using a thief. have the Havoc knife, while we're here, we also wanted to make sure we talk to this guy. He doesn't say it, but he's the blacksmith from Timbuktu that we heard that had come here. That'll let us go through and finish his side quest. Also just good for selling. Why the dragon lance? Yeah, the dragon whisker. Havoc Knight's a bit of kind of a hybrid, but still a magic class. And we do all this for the Dayflower, for Jeffrey. Now we did find the Mystic Scroll. What the Mystic Scroll does is every time you use it, it cycles through a set list of spells before going back to the start, and goes through a list. So with the list, you could set things up for different scenarios. It's not bad. 20,000. Said earlier it was 50. The easiest way to fix that would just change the first one to fit to 20. Yeah, 20. That's why we test. Really bastards. Oh wait, he says it. Never mind. Let's mosey. If we head back in there. Alright, so Pete's definitely gone. Never see him again. Okay. No. And he's back. Yeah. Alright, so we have all the ingredients for... Okay, we need the Dayflower, the Venom, the Antidote, and the Moss. We have Moss, Dayflower, and Poison, and we have an Antidote? Yeah, we have an Antidote. But we brought that guy back to that guy left the Congo. The blacksmith of Timbuktu. Let's go see. See what he learned from the people in the jungle. Quiz time. New items are useful for more than selling. No. Torture Divinity. Awesome. Increases all max stats, including magic attack. If we had come here earlier, we could pick up this free lion mask. We didn't need it. Alright, that's our guild quest. What are you talking about? He only sells the basic stuff. You back out. Sells the Crusader Sword. The best fencing sword in the game. It has a bit of a price tag on it. But it's there. Alright, so let's zip ahead, beat our way through. Need the antidote for our brother. Who actually will never be referred to as by his name again, because, well, he's in his place now, and that string is now being used for... for Pete. Ooh. Thank you. Alright, we now have the Shaman's Antidote. We could bring that to him, or we could do a side quest, since we're in the area. Here, below the strait, Iceberg. You're in the Southern Canal. Yeah, the enemies here are nothing to be worried about. Because you could have come here at the very beginning of Act 2 if you wanted. Yeah, I agree. Looking for what would be Jeffrey. Or Peter, here we go. Now, you could talk to any of your people, but you've also seen this guy here quite a few times up to this point. Here's Noah. That's fine. Noah here is a sailor. Noah has sailor skills. No, we're good. He says he'll be working on food while expecting a dead slime. Has something with... I do. There's magic regen on that. So everyone pretty much has everything under control. We're free to just kind of wander about. Now the whole reason that Noah's here is... he was going to be generic sailor, no, generic person number 1, until I realized you could come here without Raja, meaning Jeffrey would lead one group and you would lead the other, and there'd be nobody else. If you came here... Hold on. What if you came here before getting Jeffrey? In the jungle? Like after losing Jeffrey and before getting Pete. Just before? Technically, yes. Go back a little further. No? There we go. Pick up Otto and go see what happens. Alright. We'll do the cutscenes, then pick up Otto. I say no more, he just gets pissed off and... They threatened to hang him. Okay. And we give him a name, Ott. Now you don't have to get the 3rd set of classes. That's optional. Or wait, this one we already did. Wait, yeah. Otto would have said, if we didn't have it, Otto would have said, hey, you should probably go poke at the king. I'm curious, how would this play out if we didn't have Jeffrey or... I haven't fought one of those yet. They're the enemies that can drop the Thunder Rod. Sure how I handle that. But this is months ago at this point. Did I account for every scenario? I did not. Yeah, there's no one there. We need to fix that. Anyone say anything different? Thought I would have given it to this guy. I guess it's not doable. Alright, well, let's fix that, at least. So, Southern Canal. Thought I fixed it afterwards. Okay, but not before. Just the initial wreck. If we're in between, neither are done. You're the one who says it. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? If love interest is on, otherwise, so all this. Let's throw in a third one. Grab all of this, shove it into if Act 3 is on. Grab this, I'll paste it here. So if Act 3 is on, Act 3 is where you immediately, Jeffrey's gone by Act 3. So if Act 3 is on, it's not on, Jeffrey's with you. So Lord Jeffrey, he went looking. Then the love interest. If you haven't done the love interest, this part would pop up. Got it. So you'll be the guy saying it then. Easier to scrap Jeffrey's script. There we go. Grab your script, drop it in here. Say, there we go. Water, we should begin repairs. Then this event. Oop. Actually, we also need food and people to look for supplies. Split into groups. Up into groups. Who's going with you, Lord Will? And that should work. I did save. Okay, good. For those with the program, if you hold down Control while playtesting, you'll be able to sail over everything and not get into encounters. When you let go of Control, everything's back on, but it's a handy little thing if you happen to not know about that. Okay, so everyone that we did have at this point was you guys. Would like to go ahead and equip Jolly, just to reduce the encounter rate for the moment. Alright, so you guys are... no one's there, good. No one else refers to the brother that's not here. Can't progress, so the only person noodling about it's talked to. Alright, if you talk to him again, he'll just repeat. That's fine. And whoever you talk to joins up. And once you finish the exploring of the island, then come back to this guy, and he'll be the one to release you. Okay, so this area now works. Glad I thought of that, because that wasn't going to. The to-do list. We have, we actually picked our thing for, that was the butcher. We did Blackbeard. Congo is done. Shaman's done. We made Venice in Rome, so this is done. Still working on the guild. Okay, so let's hop back into real time. As in, like, further along where we just were. And we have the antidote. Okay. Yeah, you know, we have Pete. Lord Peter. So let's give our brother the antidote. So having the antidote changes nothing up to the point where possibly. Right. Nothing else matters until you actually give him the antidote. Oh, he's here now. There's a story reason why he would know everything that he does. And here it's set up so that you have to ask every question. It'll progress once you do. And for those who may recall, your very first quest in the game, well, one of during the the intro to the game, prologue, what have you, and basically the intro. You get this skull. I like that music. So, we now know where he is. Lockier's saying we won't be able to get in, though. Oh, well, Jeffrey wanted to hear. Right, the royal flags that we got from. I guess we could have done this earlier. Yeah, we definitely could have done this earlier. I forgot. Yeah, let's drop those off. Don't know if we get anything for it, but there's a cutscene. Did I finish it? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Here's see Joao, actually. Oh, right. Now I remember what we get for this. What if we did go to see Frank?